Hello, I have returned. All right. I'm gonna turn down my music a little bit. Please let me know if my words are audible. All right, so to everybody who's on stream, welcome. A very belated welcome. So we are back. I'm gonna try and I'll check up on the comments every now and then in case anybody has questions or just want to chat. You know, thanks for sticking around. Appreciate it. All right, let's get back to business. So right now I'm working on the armor for guts. It's I'm trying to find the balance between silverish and dark. As you can see here on the reference, it actually appears to be mostly a fully iron kit, and it's rusted over time, it's withered, but I kind of want to push it towards its darker complexion in with his berserker armor. So I kind of want to have a balance of the two and not just a pure white or pure gray piece of armor. So that's the balance ending the strike. So I'm gonna yeah, I'm speaking. Yeah, I just I honestly turn off the microphone because you know I don't get a lot of people around, and so sometimes talking into the void is I feel like I'm going insane, truth be told. But I guess that's part of the job. That's part of the job. I do stream to, well, for one, mostly to record the process, because sometimes with the amount of work that I do and the evolution that I still try to apply into my artwork, I sometimes forget the techniques that I use, or not really forget. It's more of I override the techniques that I've come to learn, and then I try to see which one works best. And so this trial and error, I need to look back at the techniques that I've already established. So that's one aspect. The second aspect is with, of course, with I would dare say the ubiquitous nature of AI. Whenever I post my artwork, I would get probably 10% of the time 10, yeah, I'd get a lot of comments saying that, oh, that's just AI, oh, that's just AI. But here you go. Like, instead of having to debate with them, I could just simply refer back to the stream and then show them, well, this is the process, this is the amount of time that it took me, and so on and so forth. So it's kind of like a two-stroke engine, or two birds with one stone. So yeah. So right now I have my face right up, but I'm gonna turn off that so that you guys can see the interface, the Photoshop interface. So right now we have this. I don't know if it's visible. I hope it's visible. Let me check YouTube. YouTube. Is it visible? I hope it's visible. Yeah, it's visible. So it's just a little pixelated. Yeah. But here you can see we have Guts armor. So right now I have just technically 3 layers. The first one is this very light painting that I did, but I realized that I needed more structure, and that's why I went with this second layer right on top of it. So I just have mainly this separation between dark and light. You know, the darker tones and the tones that are slightly brighter. And so as you can see, I don't use pure blacks. I those are the final touches that I really like to do. It can make my painting look as though it doesn't have depth sometimes, and that's something that we tweak over time with curves and additional layers of painting. But it's my method of really, what's the right term, of really finding the proper tones in it, those little tones that make something look more realistic. It's the same thing with having a black jacket, but when you put it up against the light, you'll suddenly see some reddish hues, some bluish tones here and there. So that's kind of like how I see things, because there really isn't anything in nature that's pure black except for those pigments like Vanta black, or I forgot what the second one that came after that. So even if you have something that's considered pure black, it still isn't. And I guess that's just how my mind operates. So that's why I guess I find it difficult to ink. Because that's just not how my mind works. I find it difficult to just apply huge splotches of black on an area. But when I do go into my more cinematic thinking, when I'm composing shots and telling stories rather than something that's more of a hero shot like this, then that's a completely different mentality. That's when I can get to apply larger swaths of paint, and that's what enables me to just craft silhouettes. But again, that's shadow. That's something else. But when it comes to something like a hero shot like this, and if we compare it to the other two pieces that I've just recently finished, which is part of the overall series, let's just open it up. Photoshop. There you go. No, I did not ask you. Wait, let me just close Photoshop real quickly. I think we are reaching yeah, it's currently operating at 19 gigs of memory. Yeah, so let's close that, refresh it, refresh the PC, and we'll be right back online. So while we're at it, how's everybody doing today? Thanks for joining the stream again. Uh, I wonder how many of you are also drawing and just using this as, as accompaniment or your own process. All right, so here we go. I'm opening it up again. There you go. And so, where was I? So if we're gonna go back to the other two pieces that I've finished, again, this is part of a series. I call it the Absolute series. It's the same concept that I have in mind here. So there's barely any pure blacks here. And I'm also an advocate for bounce lighting. It's one of the most interesting things that I've come to learn. I love doing bounce lighting because that's just how reality is, I guess. But I try not to be over realistic with my pieces. That's why I've always called my work stylized realism and not hyper realism. I think something is lost when an artist pushes, and it's not that I'm discrediting that. In fact, it's immense talent to be able to pull off hyper realism. But I think something is just lost, and I think that I'd rather spend time with photography if I'm gonna do what do you call that? If I'm gonna do hyper realism. So, but that's just me. Oh, we underestimate being fine. I'm glad you are. We underestimate being fine, is what I meant. I'm so sorry. All right, so here we have practically 3 sources of light. How do we know that? Because we have a key light over on his face here. Then we have a side light coming from here. And then we have a third light coming from here. So this shoulder plate is more prominent to our right, which is his left, which means it's more receptive of these 2 light sources, the key light and the side light. And for the rim light over here, because we have his head blocking the rim light and the cape blocking the rim light, I think this is the only area that's going to receive that rim light. Everything else is going to be much more crowded in shadow, and if reflective, is going to reflect the bounce light off of his face. So that's pretty much how I think about these things. I agree with hyperrealism. If I wanted to look at a photo, then I would. Exactly. Felipe says, I assume you like Caravaggio not only because of the reference, but the way you paint. Yes, I actually studied Caravaggio for a full year. It's something that I've talked about a lot. Let me bring back the comment section. There you go. So that I'm streaming on 2 areas right now. I'm streaming on Facebook and YouTube. So that I plan on streaming on Twitch, but I don't know how it works yet. So that's something that I'm figuring out. Anyways, so yeah, I do love Caravaggio, and it's something that I've studied to take from that experience and talk about it a little bit. There was a point where I was just an avid fan of comics. Like, that was my only primary source of inspiration with my artworks until I discovered For Honor. And For Honor kind of like created this additional inspiration in me that I didn't know I desired. And I grew up with the sword and sandal epics, like 300. I was never able to fully watch Gladiator, but I love Kingdom of Heaven, and so those things have always been somewhere seated in my subconscious, and For Honor kind of, reinvigorated that for me. And after that, I was like, how would I be able to craft my artworks to be more like that? That was the question that I wanted to answer. And I kept on studying comics, and I realized that comics did not have the answer to that, because especially it did focus on the human anatomy, and a lot of comic book artists are really good at that, but there's something about it that's just missing. And sometimes even the human anatomy isn't even done well, or it's half baked. It's good enough. And this isn't a criticism lobbed at the artists, because I understand that comics are done in a timely manner. It has to be done quickly, and so you can't always pay attention too much with every single aspect of it. I understand that, but I wanted to push my artwork above that. And another artist spawned this interest in me, and I don't know if any of you are familiar, but his name is Riccardo Federici, and he's an Italian artist. Right now he's pretty big at DC Comics, but before that he was just working on this independent comic called Saria. I've never read it, but I've seen the panels that he's uploaded. They're pretty much oil paintings that have been turned into comic book panels, and I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. This is absolutely breathtaking. And I was like, how is he doing this? And I looked him up. I looked at his bio, and I realized that he's academically trained. I forgot who his teacher is, but he studied in Italy in an atelier, and he brought that level to into comics. And I was like, damn, this is possible. And I told myself I wanted to do that. And I found that just studying him would be limiting. What I wanted to do is to study what he studied, because I had already experienced this before. That when I just simply copy an existing artist, for example, I loved Michael Turner. I still do. I still have respect for his work. Michael Turner, the comic book artist. And the second one is Jim Lee. And then the other one is Lionel Francis Yu. I grew up reading all of their comics. Who else? Scott Williams, of course, the inks. Dave McKean, is it Dave McKean for Pitt? I read that too. Todd McFarlane, all of these guys. And there was a period in my life when I just drew anime. I think every single one of us goes through a period kind of like that. But didn't really work for me, anime. So I gave it up after maybe 2 to 3 years, and I went back to comic books. But yeah, I learned that copying from these artists is beneficial only to a certain degree. Once you limit yourself to just replicating their works, that's all you're going to be able to do. You won't be able to find your voice. You won't be able to find what you have to offer, because you're just copying. So what I've come to realize is that, how do I have my own voice? And I went back in time, literally. And the first artist that I really gravitated onto was Caravaggio. And well, that's where my next level of learning started. And it's produced this. This is the art style that I have now. And every single time that I draw, I'm still trying to refine it to the best of my ability. There are still areas where I wish I could do better. And of course, the next step in that would be to tell stories. I feel like I will not be accomplished if I die and not tell stories. So that's the long and short of it. And thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I can relate to that. The Renaissance and Baroque art really broadened my horizon as well. Exactly. I never tried it. What have you never tried, Mert? Which one are you referring to? I kind of said a lot, so I'm not sure which one you are pertaining to. Which part of my spiel? So right now I'm using a simple chalk brush, and I'm jumping in between light blues and light yellows. Oh, you never tried it anime style. I see. Maybe it's just for people who had brief experiences, or long form experiences with watching anime, so that it kind of pushes you to some extent to want to. Really awesome. First of you I saw was the Wonder Woman. Thank you. I hope to do more. So, but I'm trying to target these 5 pieces first. This is the third one. The next one is either going to be Absolute Superman or the Doomslayer. I think for the interest of time, I'll be focusing on Superman, because I will be having these available as print on this September at Super Manila, which is the largest comic book convention here in my country. So I want to have them available What do you mean by both are brutal? Which ones are what is brutal? I'm sorry, I'm confused. I found a memory of mine while playing Warhammer 40k. I goddamn fell in love with the concept. Oh yeah, I love 40k too. I'm not the I'm not the biggest fan, I guess, because you know, you ask me things about the lore. One, I've never read the books, and so on and so forth. But yes, I love it as well. I think it's the Astartes short films that got me into it. Because before Astartes, I always kind of found them a little cheesy. Or at least the material that I saw before looked and felt cheesy. Only when I saw Astartes, I was like, holy shit, man. There's some balls in this. Superman or Doomslayer, both equally brutal. Oh, yeah, I see. Yes, sir. Yeah, same thoughts, same thoughts. But since it's going to be a comics convention, I think uh I think I'll put a little more uh effort into Superman right away. Speaking of which, I want to see how the current progress that I have for that piece. So this is what I have so far, I think. Where is it? Yeah, here. This is what I have so far. That's what I have so far. Before I booted this up, I honestly wanted to restart this, but seeing it now, yeah, I'm pretty happy with where this is going. Yeah. And some artists make me wonder if I could draw any Astartes or any Space Marine. Yeah, I'd like to draw some more Space Marines when I have time. The last one I did was a commission. Do I still have that? I haven't deleted that. Where is that? Oh, it's still here. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it still looks good. Damn, it still looks good. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. So, as you will notice, I'm flipping the canvas every now and then because focusing on just one angle can be confusing for you. And not really confusing, it's more of a it is confused the right term? It lies to you there. It lies to you. You think that you're understanding the concept of the image perfectly well. But once you flip it, you start to see, holy shit, I've made mistakes here and there. I haven't replied, but somebody actually asked me over on Reddit which one is easier, painting or coloring. Uh, I'll give this response to them, but I'd give it here first. I think both have their difficulties. I cannot say that the difficulties of one is the same with the other. I don't think it's that easy. Is coloring or painting what I said? Oh my god, I think I'm confused. Painting or drawing, I think, is what I mean. Painting or drawing. But now that you ask coloring or painting, yeah, I think there's kind of a difference. Maybe it's more of a technical thing. Because, for example, I think in comics it's called colors, not paints, because you're you're mostly just adding color underneath the line art. You're not necessarily painting per se. And when I say painting, it's more of really sculpting out the matter out of everything, and sometimes even in my case adding color above the line work. So I think that's the categorical difference I'd bring up. But some people may disagree with that idea, and that's fine with me. I think it's more of a technical term. Is it called color because the outlines and drawing can be seen? That's what I'm referring to. Yes. So that's why when you look up uh, specific types of comics, sometimes it would just say art by, because there's no inks, there's no pencilers, there's no inks, there's no inkers, there's no colorist is what I mean, and it's just one guy doing everything. Why it's sometimes called art by, and sometimes that art is very painterly. So to Photoshop users, I don't know if there's a specific key like this with the other applications, but I try to, and I'm gonna turn off my face again. So if you look to the top right of the colors, you can see the colors shifting, and all I'm doing is pressing X. So what I love to do is have a darker color and then be able to switch it up to a lighter color. In this way, I'm able to create contrast really quickly by adding the darker splotch and then adding the brighter splotch next to it. Immediate contrast is produced. Like an intern and mangaka. Not really. What do you mean by intern and mangaka? Can you specify that? Yes. Yes. Drawing and painting are fundamentally different. Yes. They have areas in which they coincide. They have shared techniques, but they're fundamentally different. Studio interns that do specific parts of the, yeah, yeah. But I think it's completely different as well. Because in the Western comics field, you have pencils, inks, colors, and so on and so forth. When it comes to manga versus what I was discussing earlier, when it comes to manga, you have the main artist and assistants kind of are across the board. Sometimes they only do backgrounds, like the full backgrounds. Sometimes they do just the textures. Sometimes they do the background characters. So it depends on the mangaka. But with what I was referring to earlier when I said art by, it's really just that lone artist who does everything. So though that's the difference that I was referring to. There you go. His armor is shaping up. Like coloring or line art. Do you work as a full-time artist? Yes, yes I do. I was once a software engineer. I gave that up to follow my passions. When I realized that the work that I was doing was paying roughly 10 times more than what I was earning as a software engineer, I gave that up. Of course, corporate has advantages that the life and the work that I have don't. Well, for one, I don't have medical benefits. Those are things that I have to save for myself. And of course, projects can be volatile. Sometimes I would have a good streak of projects, over a short few months. Sometimes there would be months when I would have no project. So I think that's just on par for the life that I've chosen. Yeah, it's something difficult to regulate and work on. All right, this piece of armor is shaping up. There you go. Notice how I'm still following the line work that I've originally provided myself. But I'm still correcting myself as I go. Because not all, I'm realizing that not all of the decisions that I made with the line work are contributing directly to the final painting. So these are things that I have to manually override. And there you go. So while I'm doing this, it's not visible because it's on the second monitor. But apart from the comment section, I have my original line work right here in front of me, so that I could see which details I should bring back. Especially since the line work that I have here on the canvas is at just 80%. And so once I start painting, the line work essentially almost disappears. So I have to be more aware of where it goes and still try to retain as much of it while integrating it into the rest of the painting. So it's the balance that I have to be conscious of. So if you can see as well, I'm applying a two-tone color technique here. So as you can see, more bluish tones are coming from the light in this direction, and more yellowish tones are coming off of the side here. So it allows for you to create the separation, at least for the audience, without it being too obvious. This is something I learned from you to have a decisive and absolute line work. Yeah, line work helps a lot. It does. But don't worship it. Especially if it's yours. It's completely different when you're painting for somebody else. That's a completely different ballpark, because you have to respect as much as possible the lines that have been produced. I've heard some controversies about it beforehand, especially with Jim Lee. I think some people have ultimately come to dislike Scott Williams's inks for him because Because when people look at Jim Lee's initial pencils, they're like, wow, this is absolutely beautiful. But the moment Scott Williams inks it, they're like, where did all the detail go? So that's the trick that you have to find, even with painting for others. But if it's for yourself, well, don't worship your line art, unless that's the technique that, or at least that, unless that's the style that you want to live up to. But that's up to you. There you go. So right now the armor still looks as though it's kind of matte, which is fine. We're not. I'm going to work on the reflectivity later on. Right now I'm just trying to establish its form and how it swoops and curves. So as you can see here as well, I darkened this area in the line art. And then this one I brightened. I darkened this too, because I was just thinking of a top light effect the entire time while I was working on this. But now that I've put in the lighting, I'm realizing that that was kind of a little wrong, because I have to match the light that's on his face. And the light on his face is more indicative of light coming directly, we could say that it's in front of him, but slightly 45 degrees away from him, like straight ahead, but angled 45 degrees above him and to his left. And so I have to match that when it comes to this. Nipple? Where's the nipple? What? What? Where is the nipple? What nipple? That's not a nipple. Bro, that's not a nipple. What the hell? It's just etching. It's just pencils. It's just shading. I have been experimenting with Blender a bit lately to make it easier on me. The mental gymnastics required to calculate light. Yeah, it can be daunting. Yeah, it can be daunting. And it's not always easy to find the right references for something. Dark brown area near his armpit. This one? That's just shading, bro. And the arms are unfinished right now. Right now I'm pretty satisfied with how the pauldrons are looking now, and I'm going to cave in my head again so that you can see this. Now I'm going to turn on a new layer of curves. Since the properties are not visible on YouTube, I'm going to take a screenshot of it and showcase it for everybody to see. There you go. So this is the curve adjustment that I just did. So this is without the curve adjustment, with the curve adjustment. There you go. Time to flip the canvas again. And make the necessary adjustments to the colors. And right now I'm noticing that this area is too dark, given how it's not completely shadowed. So we reduce the darkness. Same thing here. Make it more angular. Same thing here. And then I'm looking at the outlines that I did earlier, before. Same thing here. Bringing it back. There you go. And another test that I really like doing is the black and white test. So I have, where is it? There you go. If everything still looks correct in black and white, then you're in the right direction. That means that all the colors that you've placed are in accordance with the proper values. There you go. But of course, the armor still looks matte, and that's okay, because we still have to do the rest of the armor before adding the bright parts, the reflective surfaces. As I'm looking at this too, the pauldron looks a little too blue for me, and so I'm gonna bring up. Is my face still visible on screen, or is it still the Photoshop interface? Okay, it's still the Photoshop interface. All right, so it looks a little too blue for me, so I'm gonna bring up a color balance, and this is what the color balance looks like. Here you go. That's what it looks like, and I'm going to make that adjustment. So I noticed that it's the highlights that are too blue. So I'm going to add a little bit of red into it. A tiny bit of red and more yellows. But not too much. And I'm going to go to my midtones, realize that there's a little, there's more red than there should be, and reduce that, but add more yellows into it to neutralize the colors. And then for the shadows, this is where we can get a little bit feisty. And there you go. I'm going to take a screenshot of each of the adjustments that I've done. So this is for the highlights. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it again? This is for the midtones. Midtones right here. And lastly, for the shadows. There you go. So let's do a back and forth. There you go. It's very minor. There you go. So I'm pretty happy with how that is turning out. And now when we zoom out and go through the progress for this session so far, we still have baby guts here on the bottom. I'm gonna turn off baby guts. Bye, baby guts. So we have our first pass, the full contouring, the first focus on the pauldrons, the contrast adjustment with the curves, the paint over the curves, and the current color balance. There you go. That's how things are so far. Last week, Rick mentioned that he never would understand your layering system. Neither do I. Which part confuses you? Ask away. I'd be happy to, while we're on stream, I'd be happy to spend some time to answer that. It is more than 3 layers, first of all. I do understand how masking layers and lassos benefit the process, though. Oh, if it's just me working on things by myself, I merge the layers every single time. But the reason I do this is actually for educational purposes as well. And it's for future me to understand how I got to where I am. It looks more complex than it actually is. Yeah, it that's the truth of the I think Felipe has that right. All right. While we're at it, let's run down through the layers. Before I continue, are the layers visible on YouTube? Please let me know. All right, so let's go through it one at a time. I'm going to move all of the unnecessary layers. There you go. So we only have group 1. Group 1 is guts. There you go. and we'll break it down. What is this? Okay, good. To the viewers right now, Mert and Felipe, do you guys see the layers? Are they visible right now? Right, I'm just categorizing things. All right, so there you go. I'm gonna turn off everything. There you go. Okay, so we start off with just your line work, right? And disable layer mask. There you go. So upon finishing the illustration, we have the line work. And what I did with the line work is I actually drew the cape separately. There you go. So we have the cape separated. And what I did is I created a selection. There you go. I created a gut selection so that I could draw the cape underneath him. Because the moment we turn off the cape selection, you still have the remnants of the cape illustration right underneath. And we don't want that. That's fucking confusing. So that's why we do this. And then we create a selection as well. So you have the completed set like this, like so. So above the... I'm going to remove the other things that are not necessary right now. There you go. Let's turn that off. There you go. So above the paper, we could select any color that we want. For example, black. Or if you're a little girly, we could go for hot pink. There you go. Guts' favorite color is probably not hot pink. Right. Anyways, so we have the selection ready. So what I do is I would select the selection and then slowly deselect everything else until I identify Wait, let me start over again. So what I do is try to identify in my head first which parts appear three-dimensionally on top of each other from the foreground to the background. Does that make sense? So what I try to do again is separate the elements of the illustration and think of it from the foreground to the background, right? And from smallest to largest. That's how I think. So, in terms of everything, what's at the very foreground? What's at the foreground, or what is the immediate focus of the audience? And for me, it's Guts's face. And so we create a selection of Guts's face. We turn off all of the layers of his head. There are so many layers. There you go. So I create a selection of his head. I know that I'm still going to be creating a selection of his hair, which I do separately. There you go. So these are the first two selections that we do. I'm also aware that the rest of his neck is not going to be visible, and we have that as the next selection. I know that the tiny steel parts are going to be above everything else. That's why that's the next level of selection. After that, the leather. After that, the armor, and so on and so forth. So that's how I create the selections. But when it comes to the layers within the selections, let's break it down. So for the face, there you go. I first have the separation of the heat maps. So we have the light blue over here. Oh, let me show my face. There you go. We have the slight blue over on the mustache area, and then the red around the nose, and then the more yellowish part over at the forehead. Then I add the first set of adjustments to that. I add, what do you call this? Flesh tones over that. And then of course I correct it by adding, it's more of just corrections over corrections over corrections. And then I do curves, and then I do the first lighting correction, and I add more whites, which I think are too much. And then I add more whites to balance everything out, and then I color balance because I think it's too red, and then I add curves to add more shadows, and then I soften things up. There you go. And then I add another color balance to bring out the yellows a little bit more, and then I add more brighter segments around the darker spots, again, to balance things out. It's more of just a balance back and forth with this. And I'm going to turn off my face again. We're already several layers in. So please just ask away whenever there's anything that's ending up being confusing. So the truth is, we could actually merge a lot of this already. This is what it would look like. See? For my personal project, where I don't plan on giving in-depth studies with how things work, I actually just merge things together. So if we look at especially when I'm in a rush, if it's a rush project, I sometimes end up just painting on one layer. And then the only layers apart from that one layer that you'll see would be the adjustment curves. That's it. The brightness, the curves, and so on and so forth. For example, here we have this as well. The eyes and everything. All of that would be just merged. The thing is, I make an adjustment, and then if I feel that adjustment is meaningful, I paint over it. And when I feel that that's important as well, I paint over that again. And that's why I end up with a lot of layers. And this is also so that I could backtrack in case that I see that, oh, this part of the process was pretty good and I think I already made a mistake. And that's why I leave so many layers. I hope that this is answering the questions. There you go. Bring it all back. There you go. And then, of course, I'm going to enable the layer mask again. There you go. Before and after. And then I'm going to bring back the reddish hues. There you go. I hope this has clarified things. Yeah, there you go. I think that's the... I like that term, checkpoints. Yes. So it's actually the checkpointing system that I've come to do. Yeah, in my previous PC, I also couldn't handle these amount of layers, and that's why I also needed to merge. Even when I merged a lot, it still wasn't enough. So what I do is I'd merge as much as I can. After I merge, I create a new file, and I'd call it number 2. And then I'd merge even further, and then I'd start working again. And then when I've maxed that out, I save it again as version 3, and then I start and I continue off of that. All right, we are back. I love how you pulled Guts' menacing look with the scars and expression. Thank you. Took a while. Thank you. Uh, I, if I recall how I did this, the initial sketches I think were too old looking, but I wanted to make it appear as though, you know, how Guts is in the story, where he's actually just a young guy, but combat has aged him, depression has aged him, and it's like that meme, you know, life as a software engineer. Dave is a 20-year-old software engineer, and then he looks like a 50-year-old man. So that's kind of how I wanted to pull it off. And of course, I like drawing handsome and beautiful people. So I extend, and I think Guts is a very handsome guy. No homo. Maybe full homo for Guts. I like the face too. Doesn't look menacing to me. It's deeply emotional and desperate. That's the goal that I wanted to do. I'm glad that resonates. Yeah, I wanted to give him that sadness. That he's not carrying the sword to look badass. He just ends up looking badass, but deep inside he's hurting, which I think is who Guts is. He's not the kind of guy who would wish anybody to be on this path that he's on. He's not some fucking influencer who picks up the sword and records himself doing it and then tells everybody this is how you be a man. He just does it, you know? And there's pain and there's sorrow and all of that. And yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that there's a lot of reading that goes into this. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means I did a pretty good job on it. I have a friend who's a software engineer too. He had long dark hair like a metal band member. He lost all of his hair in the road of being paid as an engineer. I shouldn't be laughing, but yeah, it's not noticeable, but I've lost hair over so many years. Maybe it's part of just being 30, but I've been losing hair since I was in college. So I shouldn't be laughing, but I 100% get what that feels like. Yeah, man, it shows that you really thought about it and that you understand the character deeply. I don't even need to ask if you read the mangas. Thank you. That's thanks, man. That's deep compliment. Thank you. Thank you. You just made my day and inspired me to keep working on this further. Your hairline is shown in a very discreet way, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, it's not too obvious. The hairline is fine. It's the back. I can sense the weak hairline. Yeah. We are the old ones who aren't fully old yet. We are the ones in between. I think millennials should be called the liminals. Because we understand the ones before us and we understand the ones next after us. But in some weird way, we also don't fully get them. And I think we're the ones who are still asked to connect the projector systems. We're the ones who know how to navigate an iPad and a typewriter all at the same time. Meanwhile, the ones after us have no idea what a typewriter is, and the ones before us cannot operate an iPad. We are cursed with liminality and blessed with esoteric knowledge. I have Viltrumite hairline like no. Can you sneeze and destroy a building too? Remind me never to pick a fight with you, son. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm a Gen Z who grew up on TLOR cassette tapes. Yeah, I've met a few Gen Z exceptions. Don't worry. Nah, I'm more like end of season comic book Noel. My greatest legacy to my children would be an old guitar from the 90s and love for analog technologies and 80s music taste. Analog technology, there's something just dumbfoundingly beautiful about them. To those of you who've seen Andor, you know what I mean. And in fact, with the stories that I am writing, a sense of analog is something that I want to evoke in them. So as you're reading, they can be true technologies like existing in our reality, or they can be made up technologies, but I want to really instill that mechanism, you know. Oh yeah, music and 80s music is just top tier, man. Nice. I even get myself an old Xbox 2 because it is a goddamn Blu-ray. I'd argue it's the 2000s. Not late 90s, early 2000s is peak human technology. I'd die on that hill. It's by the 2010s when things started to, oh, this is a little too much. Maybe we should go back. Yeah. So yeah, I'd say it's late 90s, early 2000s. After that, everything just became, yeah, as you say, dopamine addiction systems. Portals into the ineffable. Oh, PSP. Damn, I love that. I never personally owned one, but any chance I could play a little bit on some of my friends' PSPs, I would take it. We lost so much from having too much. Excuse me. What is the news? Do tell. First video game is about to be finished, and we have finished prototypes of 2 new games. Wow! What kind of games are those? Damn, congrats! First one is puzzle thriller with horror elements. Thanks for sharing. I send a link when, you know, if you have a demo of it on YouTube or something, or if it's already on Steam or something like that. I'd love to check it out. Yeah, a few seconds to make a meme. Yeah, go repost it on my X or on Facebook. Go ahead. Share it with the world. Hi. Hello. Thank you for joining the stream. Welcome. We are drawing, not really drawing, the drawing's already finished. We are painting. There you go. We are painting guts from the lesser known series called Berserk. Not a lot of people know about Berserk, just these two friendly faces, Philippa and Mart. They actually helped restore the memory of Berserk because it was already lost in the Great Fire of 2050. And so all traces of Berserk had disappeared. Now we're bringing it back for the new generation to remember what was lost. Brunette guy goes to Berserk because his boyfriend cheated. What the fuck? Yeah, that's definitely what happened. He went Burke. He went very Burke. Everything is happening in Berserk, literally and metaphorically. Yeah, that's true. It's very true. Damn, we're almost 3 hours into the stream. Hello, hello. Hi, dear. I love when you zoom out, it looks almost perfect, but when you zoom in, it is all lines and pixels. That's the goal. Lines and pixels could be a good channel. I might have heard somebody already use that. Lines and pixels, or pixels and lines, or pixel lines. I'm not sure. Yeah, the goal is to kind of make it look like either a a great Hollywood pre-production concept art, or a damn ass good cosplayer, or a toy like a Hot Toys Prime Studio collectible. That's the goal of this piece, and actually the entire absolute lineup that I'm working on. That's kind of the goal. So when you look at them, they look as though they could be statues. There you go. And I think the guts piece is lining up to be a good addition to all of this. Thank you so much, Felipe. Where are you from, by the way, Felipe? Thank you, thank you. So we have to work on the curves again for this part. Oh, you're from Brazil. Yeah, I was speculating that you were either from Italy or from Brazil. But I didn't want to, you know, say the wrong country. Nice to meet you. Thanks for the support. Thank you. No, I'm not from the US. I am from the Philippines. I work mainly. My bad. English usually gives away I'm from Brazil. No, your English is pretty good. Hey, don't don't underestimate yourself. I've 100% understood everything you said. So, yeah, kudos to you on that. I work mainly as a tattoo artist, but I also do digital freelance here and there. That's awesome. That's awesome. I have huge respect to tattoo artists. I I've never tried it, so I don't know the skill that's needed for that. I've had some of my artworks turned into tattoos, and I just have great respect for you guys. I know that it's a completely different type of work. That's awesome. That's awesome. I just have to keep working, Mart. I haven't seen your other works recently. I know that you've been posting on the Discord. It's also the permanence of it. It's a different kind of control. If you may answer a question, Felipe, is it closer to inking? You would say. Of course, there it's inks, right? But what is it that makes a tattooing its own thing? You would say. I think it's better for me to ask an expert such as you. Yeah, of course. I see your progress sometimes. I just haven't had time to interact in the group. I know that Rick must be angry at me right now. Oh, do you have a Instagram? I'd be happy to follow you. Yeah, and so that all the other people on here can also follow you as well. I'd love to have people discover other artists as well. Yeah, drop it here. I would go back with capsule arts, some blockouts connected to my new video games. Excuse me. Oh, it's okay. Well, if whenever you're ready, just share it with maybe another stream or something. Yeah, you're welcome. It's the least that I could do for fellow artists. I should open your saved streams in background while painting. It is like having a study buddy. By the way, do you play anything lately? I've been jumping in between 3 games. Battlefield 6. I've returned to Apex Legends just really recently, like maybe a few days ago, and Marathon. So those are the 3 games that I'm playing. But I think it was yesterday I played Apex, and the adrenaline rush is just completely different with Apex. And I found myself needing to stabilize for probably an hour or two because the adrenaline was too much. For Battlefield, uh I'm good at it, just so, but it's I don't understand how my skills in Apex don't directly translate to Battlefield. Like, I haven't played Apex in so long, but the moment I jump back in, I could still do like 1,000 worth of damage, and I could still do bunny hops and super glides and all of these things. But the moment I jump into Battlefield, I turn a corner and I fucking die. I'm not sure, but I sent my IG and it didn't go through. Oh, interesting. If you want to check it out later. Well, it isn't sending. Never mind. I give up. Um, that's weird. Are you typing your full Instagram? Maybe you could just uh maybe you could just type it in without the at. And then if there's a dot, just replace the dot with the word dot so that we're aware. I think YouTube is being a bitch right now. Yo, I'm playing Battlefield 1. Battlefield has a very different movement and kill time. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. TTK, yeah, time to kill. That I'm aware of. And it's the recoil. I think I don't fully understand the recoil. Because in Apex, I can control the recoil really well. Branth.tattoo. Okay. Let me try to look that up. Instagram.com/branth.tattoo. Oh, there you go. There you go. All right. Gave you a follow. All right. To the viewers out there, and I'm going to try to write it down. Branth.tattoo. I hope that goes in. Let's see if it goes in. Did it go in? There you go. All right. Give him a follow, guys. I hope it works. I just provided your link. I hope it works and is captured by the system. There you go. All right. Oh, these are quite nice. Oh, Edgar Allan Poe, nice. Is this Marilyn Manson? Oh, it's Hannibal. Cool. Well, we keep improving, and maybe you haven't posted your recent works, but yeah, give him a follow, guys. This is cool work. Nice. How many hours are we into the stream right now? We're 3.5 hours. So I've been painting in total for 8.5 hours. Still have a long way to go to get to this level of rendering. It's just keep working, man. Uh just keep working. There was a point where I wasn't at this level, but you know, stopping doesn't get you anywhere. There's this quote that I saw, and maybe we could ease it out because the quote is a little harsh. But the quote pretty much says, if you're living in hell, do you stop at hell? You keep going. You keep going until you're not in hell anymore. And I'm not saying that we're in hell. That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm just trying to say that wherever we are right now, if we know that we could still get to a better place, we just have to keep at it. That's what I'm trying to say. And again, the quote is a little too harsh. But I hope you get what I mean. Comparison is the thief of joy, I think, is the right quote. Yeah, but comparison also allows for you to know where you are and know where you aren't. And I think comparison is a tool. If you wield it incorrectly, it can demoralize you and it can destroy you. But if you do it right, I think comparison can push you even further. Oh, it's not my Discord server. It's somebody else's. I'm just part of it. Uh Mert, can you ask the Discord people if it's open? I'm not the admin for that, so I'm not the one who. But I think it's free for everybody. I mean, I was just pulled in one random day, and that's how I got to meet Mert. So I think they'd appreciate another artist to join in. Yeah, Mert, Mert, can you ask your other father if the Discord is open, or more specifically, Ariel? Wait, I'm gonna boot up Discord. God damn it, I haven't booted up Discord in quite a while. I thought it was a channel community thing. Oh, it's not mine. It's not mine. I could make one, but I haven't because I'm trying to put focus on the artworks, and I just don't want to be, what do you call that? There's a Filipino term for it. It's paasa. I don't know what the I don't know what the English term for it is. Let me look it up. I don't want to be a hopeful jerk, a hopeful instilling jerk, something like that. And I don't want to create something that I won't be able to moderate. So that's why I haven't done it. And he isn't online. Oh, I see, I see. Okay. Yeah, but if you want to join with them, then go ahead. I think there's a lack of contrast here on the lower part here. Are you talking to me? Sorry, I've been quiet. I think I just ended up focusing. Started to feel like I should have been painting. What are you doing right now? It's okay to take breaks. In fact, we've been we've been streaming for 3.5 hours now. Uh, yeah, roughly 3.5 hours. It's already 12 a.m. I started at 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m. So it's good to take breaks. It also depends on what you want to work on. Right now, I'm kind of feeling on doing something else as well. So I'm gonna start a new stream in a little bit, or continue streaming with this. I'm not entirely sure as of now, but I'm actually quite glad of where this is going. I like the progress that I've been making. Oh, you took a break for a week. Whoa, that okay. That's a long time, but maybe you needed it. You know, there are days when we really can't force ourselves to draw. It happens. I've tried it. There was a I don't know if we could associate it with depression. I'm not sure. I don't want to jump the gun and call it that right away, but such moments have happened with me where you really want to draw but you can't. The creative juices just aren't flowing. I don't know if there's a specific term for that, but it's a painful thing. So what I try to do is when I can't draw, I try to write. When I can't write, I try to draw. And recently I've found that I want to be reading some more. If I can't read, what I do is I engage with a lot of content. And when it comes to content, it's just not random content. It's podcasts usually. But I've come to realize that podcasts affect my brain differently. You know, I didn't paint, but I was productive in other ways. That's awesome. Yeah. So don't count that as a bad thing. Maybe you just needed rest. Maybe you just needed a reset. And then you can come back. Such is life. I read a lot. I read a lot more than I draw. Oh, that's awesome. What books do you dive into in your spare time? I like drawing as I read and map things out. That's awesome. Started using Obsidian lately, and it helped even with my creative process. What's Obsidian? I'm sorry if I don't know anything about that. I was playing our prototypes to search bugs and what will work and what didn't and won't. I want to do game design, man. I want to do game design. I know some people who have been part of games. I actually taught concept art for game design a while back. I want to make my own games, but I know that it's a completely different ballpark to just simply drawing. I'm reading more science stuff lately. Right now I'm reading Guth's theory of light. What is that? Interesting. I'm gonna look that up. Zur Farbenlehre? Theory of colors? Johann Wolfgang von Goethe? Let's have a chit chat sometime. Sure. I mean, we aren't we having a chit chat right now? There we go. Guts is shaping up. Obsidian is a software for taking notes you can use based on VS Code format. Oh shit, that's cool. Oh, it's like a mind map. Oh damn. Okay, I'm gonna look this up. This looks really cool. Okay. Yeah, I'll look into this. Thanks for sharing this. Yeah, because sometimes I have a lot of concepts in my head, like so many, from esoteric studies uh to religions, to different philosophies, to different art techniques, to different perspectives of life. So many things, and you can code your own add-ons as well. There's a community plugin. Excalidraw. What's Excalidraw? What are these new technologies that I'm just starting to hear about? What? Oh, it's a whiteboard diagramming thing. What the hell? What? What is this? What? Oh, you could pseudocode on it. You could design on it. What the hell? What? What the fuck is this? Oh, this is cool. This is cool. I'm gonna look into this. Okay, wait. I gotta focus on the work. But yeah, thanks for sharing this. Okay. I've been schooled. Thank you. I appreciate it always when I get schooled. Wait, Photoshop is lagging. Here we go. We are back. I use it to draw inspiration and context from different sources when I'm concepting. Interesting. Because for me, what happens is when I concept, it's either on a notebook, like a traditional notebook, and I try to get off of the internet as much as I can. So it's just, my regular brain that's doing all of the work, or I do it on a laptop. But it's kind of difficult to mix and match those two things. But with what I've seen so far, in the short amount of time that I've seen Excalibur and Obsidian, it seems like a good combination of both. But we shall see, we shall see. That's interesting. Thanks for sharing this. Yeah, I honestly want to invest in a tablet because as much as I love my PC and the work that I'm able to do with it, I don't like being glued to the desk all day. And and if I need to finish work, sadly that's what happens. I get glued to the desk. And especially when I need to go out with family or friends, or just, take a breather outside, and sometimes I want to work while I'm outside, but I just fucking can't. And I want to invest in that. I'm still saving up for a motorcycle because it's uh, transportation here in the Philippines is just really difficult. Uh, but yeah, I want to invest in a good tablet, in a good portable tablet, in a camera because I want to practice cinematography, and I want to have a motorcycle because I think all three devices are complementary for the goals that I have in mind. Imagine you can sync your vaults in between tablet. I got iPad Air before getting a dedicated pen display. Usually people don't know Obsidian and I usually don't recommend it. But since you mentioned you're a former engineer, I thought it could be interesting to bring up. I still think in systems. In fact, I would I would commend my experience as an engineer because it's helped me think in functions a lot. So when I write, I think in functions. To bring up Nolan, I think Nolan, and I brought this up in a discussion with my fiance. I told her that Nolan writes in nested stories, one on top of the other, and I think it's a very engineer thing to do. And so when I think about my own writings, I think about it in such a way because, especially when you look at uh, how you decide, especially if you're very aware of how you think, one thing leads to the other, and if you're structured about it, it creates these little nests that go in and out of each other. It's amazing. So thank you for sharing that. So iPad's usages for either while I was out or while I was with. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do would like to have a tablet of that sort. Literally pyramid scheme. What? What do you mean by pyramid scheme? Pyramid scheme has a negative context here in the Philippines. It's a networking, you know. Exactly. I also think it's systems, constants, variables. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't done engineering in such a long time, but I still think in that. It makes me think Silent Hill Absolute illustrations from you would go hard. Oh, damn. Okay. You gave me something to think about. That would be interesting. Oh, building it block by block to the top like a pyramid. I see. But don't call it a pyramid scheme because a pyramid scheme is a what's the right term? Is a manipulation tactic where you sell two people and then you tell them to sell to two other people and then you ask them to sell to two other people and then you make the most money. That's a pyramid scheme. So don't call it a pyramid scheme. That's erroneous. Damn, I need more coffee. Ponzi scheme. Yes, a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, but in the Philippines we call it a pyramid scheme or a networking scheme. I don't know if the same term applies across international borders, but that's what we use. Have you ever tried Turkish coffee? I think so. I think once or twice. There aren't that many Turkish cafes here in the Philippines, but there are a few that serve Turkish coffee. Have you ever played Heroes of Might and Magic? No, I have not. Yeah, sure. The game design. Toss it at me. File-based combat system. Wait. I must take a breather. But yeah, do leave your messages or comments. I need to grab some extra coffee. So let's just set that up. There you go. I will be back. You're back. I wonder if we still have people around. Hello, hello, hello. Just ate a couple slices of pizza and got down to the convenience store to get a Pepsi so that I help myself digest. And yeah, we're back. Thanks. Thank you. Glad to be back. Where were we? Excuse me. Thanks, son. Don't forget to take your vitamins, lest your other father be angry at you. Right, I shall come back to speaking later, perhaps. But for now, I'm going to focus on the work, probably play a podcast, so I won't be talking that much. But I'll still continue streaming. All right. But if you have any comments or anything, any thoughts, just put them down there so that when I have to when I can look back at the comments, I'll have something to reply to. All right. Cheerio. All right. I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. I'm starting to see the full thing, but I'm starting to have mental hiccups. Like my mind's telling me that this is great and I can stop, but I'm very much well aware that it's it's not complete yet. There's so much that I still have to do. And I think I need a good breather from this. It's either I do something else or draw something else. I've pretty much been staring at this for how long have we been on stream? It's been 5 hours plus. Yeah, it's been 5 hours plus of work. So yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream for now. In case I do go back on stream, it'll be after an hour or two, depends. Because I really do want to finish this. I have much to do this weekend, and it's already the weekend, and so I won't be able to draw. That's why I'm actually trying to put in a lot of effort into getting a lot of this done. I'm very excited to see these three finished. They're kind of like my little toys. And I'm very excited to have these on display pretty much. Yeah. Damn. All three of them look really nice side by side. It's starting to add up. But yeah, I think I need to end the stream for now. Thanks to everybody who's dropped by. I greatly appreciate it. In case I come back on stream, everybody else is welcome again. But for now, thank you so much. Thank you. I think we could close the night for tonight and maybe later. Not even making sense anymore. All right, Cheerios, Cheerios. Thanks to everybody. Bye bye.